Alright, thank you. I haven't streamed in a while, I know. I've been in a bit of a slump, but I figured let's play my favorite game. And we're going through the offline mode right now, so I'm in front of the boss for the first area of episode 2. Fully healed, got some good gear, I'm matted up. So let's go ahead, let's take out this boss, hopefully pretty quickly. Let's buff ourselves. Boss time! Welcome in. That was pretty quick. Game does lag a little bit on this boss, especially online. So if you're playing on real hardware, if you play on the Wii, it shouldn't lag there. Yep, GameCube. Yeah, if you were to play this through like Nintendo, you get a lot less lag. Depends on what server you're playing on though. If you want to play on Silverant, you gotta use a different application to connect, because there's an issue with how Silverant works with Nintendo. You'll crash often. Right. But yeah, you can use Nintendo for stack and you shouldn't really have any issues. Just if you're gonna play on Wii, just make sure you're using Ethernet versus Wi-Fi. You can play a lot offline. It's one of the nice things about this game is that if you bought it, you didn't have an internet connection, you can still do a ton of things offline. And then specifically for like GameCube and Xbox, you can do couch co-op. So that's a cool feature as well. I know, right? My guy's kind of busted right now for where I'm at. I could show you a more challenging area. Let's see here. We'll go through forest real quick and then we'll come back to episode 2. Running this on my purple memory card. I love it. And then as you complete the areas, you can unlock different difficulties. So it's not like you just complete episode 1, episode 2, and then you're done. You know, that's a nice thing for this game. How many blocks? I'm trying to think. I know you can play the game on a 59 card or a 59 block memory card and you still have some space. So it's not too bad. I can check the actual limit later today, though. No, yeah, no. Animal Crossing uses more space for sure. For Animal Crossing, I think Animal Crossing uses 58, and then you can fit some of the NES games in the last one block. I think that's how it works. Let's get buffed, because these guys are taking more than one hit. Oh, nice. Yeah, I agree, but it's kind of nice too, I guess. Like those lower memory cards, you know, it's like, okay, this card is just for this game. You know, if I had like the labels and stuff for them, that'd be cool. Like, I think, like if you look up Japanese copies of Pokemon Box, Ruby, and Sapphire, those games come with their own custom memory card. It's also a 59 block. I believe that game also uses the full 59, but that'll allow you to store like thousands of Pokemon if I remember right. So your stream earlier today, one of my friends was watching it with me, and they were like, what is Meta like using to capture the video? Because they thought it looked really grainy. Were you like S-video on your GameCube, or...? have AV to HDMI. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look the best on stream. Do you know if your GameCube has the display port, or not display port, the digital connector port? Yeah, so on certain GameCubes, they have two ports on the back. One of them is your standard AV, and then the other is a digital port. If you've got one that has the digital port, you can buy these adapters that plug into it, and they will output HDMI, and you'll get a much better signal than what you're getting currently. Oh, darn. You're going to be a bit limited on the quality of the signal you can get out of it. I don't even know if you can HDMI mod the ones that don't have the digital port. Yeah, for sure. That's a lot of GameCubes. Nice. I mean, you know, it's my favorite home console. For sure. Because, you know, generally when people are like, oh, what's your favorite console? I say the Game Boy Advance. And then, you know, they're like, oh, like, what's your favorite console that's not a handheld console? And I say the GameCube. Oh, out of. Ooh. A Rappy Swing. Nice. So the GameCube has its own special set of component cables that you can connect to that port. There's also a bunch of companies that make adapters that you can plug into that port, and it'll have HDMI on the other end. And they kind of vary in price, but I believe the one I bought was like 80 bucks. And then as for like the specific component cables that you can get for it, those are also not the cheapest because Nintendo made very small amount of the official ones, and the ones that companies make for it has to have a special chip to be able to tap into the digital connection. So that's why they're not cheap either. Yeah, I mean, you gotta remember, like, the GameCube did not sell a lot of units. Like it sold like, I think it was pretty much tied with the original Xbox. You know, even the Nintendo 64 outsold the GameCube. So, you know, that's going to factor into a lot of different things. I really should look into selling my Atari Jaguar. I don't need it. I've never used it. If I can find that adapter, I'll send you a link for it. That way you know what you're looking at. And I'll see if I can also find a link for who makes good component cables. But more than likely, you're going to want the adapter to do HDMI, since that works better with a lot of capture cards. Or you could have it HDMI modded, where the HDMI is internal. Yeah, I kind of noticed. Nice. +7. Let's go. Ooh, an amplifier of Foy. Well, I used to run a tech blog. I don't think I sent you the link for it, but it's archived on the Internet Archive. And I used to have a tech website. I reviewed products that got sent to me. I noticed when I looked at the archive, some of the sponsored reviews I had on there, they're gone. So I don't know what's up with that. I feel like they used to be on there, but maybe the company asked for me to take them down, or it be taken down. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, when I talked to my biological mom about issues she has with her phone, I'm like, oh, you want to do this and do this, and she's like, I don't understand this. It's like, it's fine, just, you know, go here, go through all your apps, clear your cache. Yeah. And I think I've sent you the link for the trailer of the video game that I helped make with my friend. That's on the Playdate. Yeah. It was a really fun experience. I'd love to write for another video game again. And my friend Pizza and I were going to, and then he got burnt out, and so it never ended up happening. You know, I've tried reaching out to him a few times. He hasn't responded to anything. I know he was having some mental health problems, so I hope he's okay. Last I remember with my conversations with him, we were talking about that he was seeking a ADHD diagnosis, and I don't know if that was going well. For sure. Storage is full. Weren't you thinking about doing a Pokemon ROM hack? Eh? So you weren't? Guess I'm out of the loop. So you like to review them, but you're not looking to make your own? Gotcha. Oh, did you ever ask Sour Apple about if he might be interested in doing some Robopon stuff? Oh, that's fair. Nice. Sweet. I'll probably say no, but doesn't hurt to try. But who knows, maybe he'll get interested in it, especially with, you know, the patches that Luke has been able to make. Which I had somebody on Reddit reach out to me and ask for one for Sun version, so I got to, I gotta see if I can get that page put up once I get the stuff from Luke. What is Monster Crown? Is that like his own official game, or I haven't heard of that? Oh, did that not reach you? He's on a team that makes it. He does the... Oh, sweet. Makes sense, honestly. Considering he does the ROM hacks of, you know, Pokemon games. Oh, for sure. Did you end up subscribing to Gym Leader Ed? I thought he might be a good resource for you. DAM. Da-ass man? I don't know what DAM stands for. I think I've got more concurrent viewers now than I have when I've been playing Pokemon. That's pretty crazy. Nice. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm friends with a few other YouTubers, and you know, if I know good resources, I'll also send it to them as well. Too early. What are you laughing at? With the connections. I don't know about that. I think I'm just friendly. Like, the YouTuber Sticka, it's like ST1KA. I'm the moderator on his server, but he's a pretty good friend of mine, so is Poger. They've given me tips on if I ever decided to do a YouTube channel. Which, still looking into that. My friend has not finished modding my Game Gear. I think I've told you about that. He like messed up a few times, so I've just been waiting. Yeah, when I was like, oh, should I go with Game Gear Garden? They were like, yeah, that sounds like really nice on the ears. It's like, yeah, I think it does. I mean, I gotta be honest though, it's the Game Gear. It's probably not gonna attract a bunch of attention, but it's worth a shot. Get back down here. There you go. There we go. Yeah, I don't think I'm very charismatic enough to, you know, be like a big streamer, or at least what I've seen, you know, I'm pretty monotone. Probably closer to like a Charlie or something. Yeah. Unless people want to hear me be a nerd about Game Gear and Robopon and stuff like that. The guy who runs Retro 6, Luke, he did mention that if he were to make a new flash cart for the Game Gear, that I'd be able to get a copy of it, which I'm like, hell yeah. I love that idea. Also, anyone who's in here, if you got questions about the game, feel free to ask. Well, thank you. We're going to go back to episode 2 so we can make progress on that end of things. These are my other characters. This is my cursed Hunawhirl. It's my regular Raycasil and my new FOnewm. Now, the reason I said she's cursed is generally with this class, you want to buff up their ATP, which is the attack power, and their ATA, their accuracy. And you want to do your materials and your mag in such a way to boost those stats. For her, though, of all of the non-force users, like the non-tech users, non-magic users, she has the highest mind stat. So I designed her mag and used the materials in such a way that she has really high mind. So she casts texts and stuff, just like this guy. But it's not a great build for her. It's very cursed. Oh wait, I want to do episode 2, normal. So because we're going back to normal, it's going to be a bit of a easier time with the enemies, but as we get to the end of episode 2, that stuff's going to get tougher. Should be harder than hard forest that I was just on. Is that from Knights? I gotta be honest, I've never played Knights into Dreams, so I don't know. Yeah, from what I've seen it does for sure. Could be a reference to it. I've never thought of that. I suppose that means it's unintentionally suboptimal to give a Newman Zerker a mind build. Yeah, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, whatever works, right? Some people will complain about it, I'm sure. I know when I've played with my cursed Hunawhirl, with people who are not like my friend group, they are a little bit thrown off by her. But I have yet to have somebody be like, oh my god, why? So that's nice. Oh, what are you guys weak to? Ice? Ice, okay. Well, it's very different than, you know, original Phantasy Star. Like, obviously, it is an RPG, but, you know, real-time combat. So, you know, it's not going to be turn-based. But it does carry a lot of the, like, traditions of the game. Like, there's a lot of stuff with very similar names, like Prophets of Motov, referencing Motavia, that kind of stuff. There's a lot of references to the older games in this one, but I don't know all of them off the top of my head. And I have only played the original Phantasy Star through the translation patch that's for the game, where it like retranslates everything, kind of fixes the bodged script we got out here, and also has some other things like you can choose to get more money and experience from enemies during your playthrough. You can choose to have the FM or the PSG audio. And then it gives you more, like a higher limit for the character names. So instead of Alice, it's Alicia. So the one that's got much less cola. Yeah, they do replace the colas and stuff with, or at least I think they do. I think they change it to, like, you know, mates and fluids and stuff like with PSO. It's been a while since I played it, so I don't remember exactly. Oh, did I miss a room? No, that one was locked. Okay. But you can see, like, techniques. I think Phantasy Star 4 uses something similar to these names. Foy, Zande, Barda. Then you got Gifoy, Gazande, Gabarda, Rafoy, Razande, Rabarda, Grants, Megid, Resta, Anti-Reverser, Shifta, Deban, Jelen, Zalur, Ryuker. I think some of them have different functions in the main series games. Oh, come on. I ran right into that. Not just one? Okay. Something happened in Phantasy Star 4? So, paralyzed. You know, I guess I can understand that. I think some of the music is not as good as people remember it, in my opinion. You know, because I've listened to the OST, and I'm like, oh man, some of the music in that game is weird, or they put it in weird places. Not the biggest fan. Like Dark Falls theme in that game sucks. It's too upbeat in my opinion. I need to play it, but I'd probably play it with one of the new translations that's available for it. Ah, come on. Miss a button of any kind? Oh. Doesn't look like it. Guess we'll go that way. Oh. Huh. Interesting. Do you work nights or? Out of space. Well, either way, I appreciate you watching the stream. Otherwise, I get so lonely. Can't say I've heard of Soul Nomad. What's that on? Oh yeah? I can't say I've seen you in there. Ooh, I really like the Disgaea games. My Baron's all lost here. Let's see where I'm at. Okay. Did take him out. Okay, let's see what is over here first. Oh, same thing. Okay. Yep, that's going to bother me if I don't clear that. Can you all hear my controller by chance? Just curious, since my mic is not on a like an arm. I know sometimes it picks up stuff because it's sitting on my desk. Okay, good. Just wasn't sure if anyone could hear all that clacking. It's not the quietest controller that I own. Oh, nice. I just want to fight the boss already. I'll sleep out there. Oh, missed that. Oh, come on, that should have hit both of them. bitch. Okay, so that's the boss room, but I didn't check out that other room, so we're gonna go back there, and then we'll fight the boss after. Oh, I'm out of space. Okay. Save that. Come on. Do nothing. Nah. Money, 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 money. Scrap that. Alright, so I'm gonna empty the inventory of stuff I don't need, get my TP back up, and then we fight this guy. Not gonna level up from him. See how this goes. I like to put a warp down just in case I get killed, then you know, I can come back this way. Buff ourselves, let's go in. I think he's weak to ice? I can't remember. Oh, and this boss lags the game a lot. A lot of Episode 2 actually lags on GameCube. Better to play on Xbox or play Wii. What the hell? I can't debuff you? Okay, it is ice. Let's see, do I do more damage with this? Slightly. I didn't know I can't debuff him though. That's crazy. Where'd you go? There we go. Dead. That's part of why I like clearing out the inventory before I fight the bosses, just to make sure I've got space for whatever drops. Rip Bozo. Is that everything? Nope, that's not everything. I love the music in this game too. So good. Now, if you're ever interested in the lore behind Phantasy Star Online, there's a YouTuber channel's called Sky's Not the Limit. He puts out videos discussing the lore of PSO, some of the characters, some of the events that happen. It's a really complex story for the game. It's really good. Definitely worth taking a look into if you're into that kind of stuff. Let's see, I'm level 24. Can't wear that yet. Can't wear that yet. Okay. I'm gonna go to what I consider the prettiest area of the game. It's not this part I warp into. it's when I go through here. Oh, I gotta search the log. Yep. Actually, maybe it's not this one, maybe it's the next one, but still. Really good stuff. Ah, PSO, that brings back some memories. When did you used to play, Solaris? You know, the game is still online. I still sometimes play version 2. PSO, it's my favorite game series. I also like the DS version, Phantasy Star Zero. That feels like the true kind of sequel to this game, not PSO 2. Wasn't even supposed to be a Phantasy Star Online game, it's supposed to be a Phantasy Star Universe game. Whatever, though. Let's see, I think they're weak to fire? For the old invisible boy? Nope, it's not fire. It's ice, okay. Well, maybe I should try zapping him, see how much that does. Yeah, my Dreamcast has the broadband adapter, and I also have the GDEMU, and you can play a patched version of PSO. Allows you to connect to Silverant, and if you visit that server on like a Friday or a Saturday, there's quite a few people playing. And then if you join the Silverant server, you can just ask for if anyone wants to play. And then if you don't have the GDEMU, you can if you got a Dreamcast that can read burn discs, then you can just download the disc and access it that way. There's instructions on Silverant.net, so if you are interested, just follow those. It should tell you everything you need to know. And then if you get additional questions, you can hit me up on Discord, and I'll help you. I believe if you want to play with the original disc, there's instructions on how to do it. So I'd look into those. Because I didn't do it that way, I'd have to read it and see what it asks. But I'm sure, we could do it. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oops. I hear you. I don't see you. There you are. Oh, that was close. Oop. There we go. Oh, that's the other thing too. You'll need to make an account on Silverant, so that way you can log your stuff. Do you know if you have your the snack and stuff with your copy? I'm out of space. So can So when you have a copy of Phantasy Star Online for any of them, they have what's known as a serial and a... There's like a serial number and something else. But basically, those are going to be required to get connected online. And it should be behind your disc if you still own the tray that it came in. But for getting connected online, you would link that information to your account. And then when they do like special events for the holidays, that'll help track your stuff and tie it to your ID. Wait a minute, on my trifluid soul? Was that not in there? No, okay. Yeah, let me grab my copy real quick. I can tell you what it says. Okay, so in the jewel case, you'll take the disc out, and then behind it, it says, for use with PSO version 2 only. It has a serial number and an access key. And then we just say snack for short, S-N-A-K, because that's, you know, including both of those, because you need both of those numbers. Now, if you're playing on GameCube and stuff like that, you can have one generated through Silverant. But if it's just for the Dreamcast, then you'll need the one that comes with the actual game. At least I think so. I don't know if they've created a snack generator. Oh man, I'm stuck. Sorry, I think this should get rid of it. Yes, okay. Yeah, I found the sheet in the DC bot. I think that was version 2 though. Your disc is your disc version 1? Because if it's version 2 for the disc, then you'll be fine. Let me take a look at my disc. Because on the disc it says version 2 if you have version 2. And there's some pretty big differences between version 1 and version 2. So the serial won't work for if you have the other game. Is still locked. Look at these water effects though, don't they still hold up? It looks so good. Look at this water. So beautiful. It doesn't even look this good on the Xbox. What are you talking about? PSO was one of the first games to introduce DLC. It really was. You know, in a way though, it kind of sucks because, you know, it introduced the like always online kind of stuff. Like it itself does not require to be always online, but you can see how it helped to influence that type of stuff. You know, because people can't always do couch co-op. And this was a big game for, you know, online. Look at this area though. This area is just one of the most beautiful in the entire game. So lush. The foliage, the water, just looks so immaculate. Okay, I'm back here. I haven't even tried loading up the disc since I got the DC stuff because no, there's a large offline component to Phantasy Star Online. Like I'm playing offline right now. You gotta think of that time. If it was like only online in 1999, like what would you have been doing? Not everyone had dial-up. Yeah, so episode 2 is exclusive to this version of the game. Shit, you take the phone. Yeah, I don't own a modern console. Like I don't own a Switch or a PlayStation or, you know, one of the new Xboxes. I'm like, there's so much games that I've not experienced in the past to where I feel like I don't need to necessarily have, you know, the newest game console. For a little bit I thought I might want to get Pokopia or whatever it's called, the Pokemon like Animal Crossing style game. But I don't want to give money to Nintendo with their really crappy business practices that they're doing, so I was like, nope, not going to buy a Switch or Switch 2. Fuck them. So that's over here. I don't know if I've shown off my console collection, but I do own a lot. Not a lot of it actually gets played, which is sad. You know, my most used console is the GameCube. So version 1, the level cap's at 100 and you can only play up to very hard. Version 2, the level cap is 200. You can play ultimate. And then if you're on silver and after you reach level 140, you can play insanity mode. I've also heard that about the PS5. And I've also heard that about the, whatever the new Xbox is called. I didn't even see this thing. Crazy. Are there others? Worked down my backlog. It wasn't long ago that I finished Breath of Fire 4. Then I played the PS1 ports of Final Fantasy 1, Final Fantasy 2. Only then moved to Soul Nomad. Yeah, I can't even think about like how many games that I want to play or people have recommended I play, but I end up just coming back to PSO. You know, because I have friends who play this game online, and we're all like always trying to get certain gear or trying to reach certain levels or making new characters, so you know, want people to play with to help level them up. It's a whole thing. Super fun, but yeah, it does kind of make it hard to experience other games sometimes. But it's my favorite video game, so I'm not too upset about it. Oh, come on. Can I reach you? There we go. I've heard good things about Final Fantasy XIV. I think one of the people I play with for PSO, they also play on Final Fantasy XIV. What? I should have hit you. There we go. Yeah, of course I miss. Let's see, can I... There we go. Oh yay, I need this. Can I target? No, I can't. Darn. I've heard people complain about Dawn Trail and that taking into account an expression basically non-existent. Oh, I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, come on. Some of the enemies are kind of hidden in this one. I missed some boxes though. Let's see. Now the boss for this area, even though the enemies are not the strongest, the boss is pretty rough. Even on this normal difficulty, he might still be able to one-shot me. So I gotta be careful with that one. The forces, they start out strong, but as you get further into the game, they just become weaker. Because your damage does not scale well with the enemies. Where you at, homeboy? Yeah, I've never watched it. I don't have any interest in playing the game, so I don't seek it out, but maybe one of these days I'll check it out. Maybe it could run on my computer. I don't know. I doubt it. Oh gosh, so there's going to be an enemy once I go through here that can be really rough, so fingers crossed. Make sure I'm buffed. Make sure we debuff him when he lands. There he is. Oh, of course I'm stuck. Oh, jeez. Nah, lovely. I survived! Oops, hold on. What? Again. Nope. Stuck. Hey GM, what's up? Still working on the new FOnewm. Just leveling them up, doing the offline stuff. I can't even say quests, just, going through the areas offline. I'm on normal still. I completed episode 1 normal offline, and then now I'm working episode 2 normal offline. Although earlier in the stream I did complete Forest on hard, just to kind of show how things are different with the different difficulties. That's how I like to level up my dudes, and then it gives me experience with the bosses. Oh, full. So I'm not sure, because I had my GameCube HDMI modded, and this is the signal that seems to come out of the GameCube when going into the capture card. So I'm not sure. I looked up the aspect ratio of, I think it's 720 by 480, and that could be considered 4 by 3, but some sources say that based on how the signal comes out, could also be 16 by 9, and so I'm curious if that's what it's doing. Or maybe it's one of my capture card settings that I need to change. I'm not sure. There is a patch that you can apply to the game to make it I guess technically native widescreen, but I haven't done that. Okay, so those are both full. Are you working, GM? Or no? Yeah, the UI doesn't look stretched to me either. I would say the character doesn't look stretched either. Just because, like, his ass area is meant to be wide. So, I don't know. Do you not have like surge protectors, or is that just how you do things? Yeah, I didn't, make the character short, and then for whatever reason it makes the ass really wide for these types of characters. I can get onto another character and show you. It's not like that usually. One who's taller. Wait a minute, did I press the button in? I don't think I pressed the button in the mountain area. Got that one, I think. Yep. I did press it? Okay. I do have a surge protector, but I prefer to not test that functionality if I don't have to apply. Power will go. Do you have bad luck? Oh. I can be really unlucky, but not with electronics, thankfully. Oof. Ooh, I'm about to level up. Nice. Ooh, what'd you drop? Nice. Love that. There you go. Let's see, looking through my GameCube games, I don't think I had PSO on there, never had any online connection for that. The broadband adapter for the GameCube is a bit pricey. If you're wanting to play PSO online, it's generally cheaper and easier to do it through the Wii. That being said, if you play it on GameCube, you're less likely to get disconnections, since you're not playing something that's emulating the broadband adapter. And then if you're going to play the game online on Wii, I recommend doing it with an Ethernet connection and not, not Wi-Fi. Yeah, I do. Because I've been using the Cursed Funeral for a while. It's kind of nice to like actually play with a class that's meant to cast text. So yeah, I enjoy it quite a bit. So got you, got you. I'm full again? Okay. Now, Solaris, if you were to get a copy of the Japanese versions of PSO for GameCube, you can use their serial number and access key to register your account if you wanted, the physical games. I'm playing on Plus. Yep, you can hold 30 items, and then you can have up to 200 in the bank, and then if you hold R and you press A, you have a shared bank. I don't know if that's native or if I had to patch that in, but yeah. It's a patch? Okay. Oh, forgot I could do that. Whoops. Oh. Oh, motherfucker. Cheap broadband adapters for what, the Wii or the GameCube? GameCube? I wasn't aware that there's third-party broadband adapters, so if you're going to go with one of those, proceed with caution. The one that I have is the official Nintendo one. And then also make sure it's a broadband adapter, because some people will list the dial-up adapter and you know, try and get that sale. Just make sure you know what you're buying. Yeah, I can't say I've heard of any of that, so that's interesting to me. I hope we can get you online though, Solaris. It'd be fun to play with you. I'm always excited to, you know, play with new people on PSO. It's an Ethernet one, but you seem to know about these things, so probably. If you want to send a link of it to me, I can check it out. You should be able to since we share servers. Yeah, that's what I meant. Send it in Discord. Ooh, that was a close one. Get out of here. Ooh, that was close. Who else is there? Oh. Get out of here. Yeah, boy, fuck off me. Bitch. Come on. Hit him. There we go. Oh yeah. Once I clear out my inventory, yeah. I don't think you've sent that link yet, have you, Solaris? Let me check. Message request, accept. Oh, okay. So in order for those to work, you need to have your GameCube modded to run Swiss. And generally that requires you have an ODE of some kind. Like I have the, God, what is it called, GM? We both have it. The GC loader. There we go. So if you've got Swiss on the GC loader, you could use one of those. But if you don't, then you'll want to get the official one. I forgot about that. Yeah, if you run Swiss, you can buy those cheaper Ethernet adapters. And then as for how to run Swiss on your GameCube, there's a variety of methods. Oh, am I not close enough? Okay. As far as I know, for ODEs, there is the GC loader, and then there is the what is it? The Pico drive, I think it's called. Why can't I hit you? What are you susceptible to? It's ice, okay. What about the Pico drive? I think that's what it's called. I know it's cheaper than the GC loader. Oh, also, if you do decide to do the GC loader, make sure to use a full-size SD card. Don't do the micro SD card to adapter. It'll kill a lot of the speed of loading. The thing that sucks about GC loaders is like they don't come in stock all the time, and they're expensive, and they get out of stock pretty quickly. Like I remember having to be on the wait list and jumping on it as soon as I saw it. Maybe things will ease up a little bit with the other solution. I want to say it's the Pico drive, but let me look it up. No, maybe I got the name wrong. Oh, it's the Flippy drive. There we go. Flippy drive. That's also worth looking into. I don't know much about it because I already have the GC loader. But I don't even know if I know anyone who plays the game using a Flippy drive. Like I said, for like the easiest and cheapest method to getting online, a modded Wii is going to be your friend. But yeah, those other solutions might be a good deal. Just if you get a Wii, make sure it's one that's got the GameCube controller ports. Oh yeah, yeah, very cheap. Very cheap, very easy to mod. You know, the official GameCube component adapter is like 30 bucks. And then with the mods, you can, you know, run the game at higher resolutions, it will lag less. You know, there's definitely benefits to it. I heard that can... Or no, wait, I'm thinking of something else. Never mind. For the Flippy drive? Oof, that hurt. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I don't know anyone with a Flippy drive, so if someone had buyer's remorse for that, I'd be like, what? I don't want to get too ahead of myself, so let's check out the other area. They're 20s. Oh, wait a minute. You guys are weak to lightning. What am I doing? How do I... This way. Yeah, I've got a lot of like 20s. You know, whenever I see level 20 techs, I just pick them up. But yeah, I definitely benefit from having higher ones. I almost have all of the mind mats that he needs full. I think I just need 2 more. I'll be happy when I can wear those big fists. Ooh, an amplifier over foil? Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to wearing those. He'll look goofy. Almost didn't make that. Right. Yeah, I've debated on if I want to try and find a Psycho Wand and all that, and I was like, yeah, I think I'd rather just stick with the Knuckles. I'll do less damage, but I'll be able to cast faster. I think it's a decent trade-off. And I, like, made that sheet of what, how to use the materials and stuff to get the benefit of it. Let's see. I don't think it drops for the pink all section ID. I think I'd have to make someone who is purple num. I generally reference the charts that are on PSO World, since they line up with Silverant for the most part. Now, if I remember right, I'm gonna go in here, and then that dog will come back, I think, because this is just chess. Nope. No, okay, I got the wrong. Alright, let's see. I don't want to get too far from where this is. Let's see. Nothing. I will say, though, that I do, you know, do at least try to hunt for red ring on stack, just because it's easier. And, you know, you can't... It's hard to get on silver. Yay! Okay, now the beast is gonna be here. Where you at? Where you at? Oh, I was expecting. Where am I going to go? I'm going to go back. Yeah, that's why I made this one pink all, so he could hunt for it. Okay, forgot about this. Oops. So everyone is okay. Oh, I'm full. Okay. $21.50. Okay. Yeah, on Dreamcast. So like when you go to the shops on GameCube, it will not show your mag when you're in the shop. For Dreamcast, it will, and you can accidentally sell your mag, and I have done that on Dreamcast. It was not a fun experience. What I did is instead of saving, I just like shut the game off and went back to my previous save, because I was not about to lose that. Yeah, whoops indeed. I mean, because, you know, what I'll do for a mag is I'll set a 3.5 minute timer, and I'll feed the mag, and every time it goes off, I'll feed the mag. I have to do that for like 2.5 days of just doing that to take a mag from level 0 to level 200. So all that work to accidentally sell it? No, yeah. Not a great time. I'm really glad that GameCube made it to where that's not an issue. If I was not buffed and he was not debuffed, oof, I'd probably be dead. There are things that you can back up to the server with certain server commands on Dreamcast, but yeah. Let's see, so up there and down there. How do I get back down there? You know, auto-saving is it's a blessing and a curse at the same time. There's a game on Game Gear, oh, what is it called? It's like an Arabian Nights RPG style game on the Game Gear, and it has auto-saving, and it can put you in some really bad spots. So I'm not the biggest fan of that. Wait, where am I going? Going the wrong way. Oh shit. Ew, that thing is so scary. I don't know why I did that. I don't need the HP. Now, with these older games, you gotta be careful too when you're saving, because sometimes if you lose power and you save, you can end up losing a lot of progress. Yep. Game can get annoying with all of its traps everywhere. Right. I think you're somewhat close proximity to me, right, GM? Because I think you're also Central Standard Time. Yeah, you're like a state over. So that means that that's probably going to come my way either later today or tomorrow. So that's going to be fun. Unless it dies out before, but blah. Wait, can I go? Yeah, I can go up there. Oh, jeez. Gotta love that. There it is. I don't know why I keep doing that when it's on my pellet. Force a habit, I guess. Doesn't look like anything good. The ones with the blue names? Yeah, because if not, you only get one Meseta for them. Are you meaning like trying to get like a good roll on the stats for them? Not if I'm not going to use them. Huh. I thought something was going to ambush me. Now we need to go all the way back down. Oh, did I? I must have done that by accident. Wait, what? I'm not sure. I mean, I think I'm still on... I'm still on the upper level, so I still need to get to the lower level. So no, not close at all. Yeah, I plan on streaming for longer too, so it's alright. My gosh, these traps everywhere. Nice. Got the other one through the wall. Yeah. Until your internet goes out. Oh, fair. Yep, you can see all my scrub strategies. Oops. Ah. Ah, come on. Hit the damn thing. Right? Yeah, for sure. It definitely has a vibe. Nothing about episode 2 is like episode 1. It's just a completely different vibe. Feel like... No? No dog? Okay. I want to stream some Robopawn in the future. I think that'll be another game that I create a playlist for. Right. I really wonder, like, if they would have been able to do this on the Dreamcast or not. So my friend Luke has been working on like doing patches and stuff for it. I've been the one who's been making like the pages for it on romhacking.net. And also just like general like trying to spread the word about it. I could just do this. I think maybe tomorrow I'll pick up on the Pokemon streams I've been doing. We'll see. Yeah, you know, when I get higher level, they'll carry them, but yeah, in the meantime, kind of annoying. Because I have that shot patch. Oh. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you know, they put out something at least on. Oh, what is he weak to? Ice, I think. No, are you weak to? Ah. Lightning for the red guys. Got it. Yeah, they did Knights, and then they did the one about the firefighters. Burning Rangers. Burning Rangers was a very late Saturn release. And from what I recall, it's essentially the prototype to PSO. Because a lot of what they learned for Burning Rangers, and that's why they have like the quest where you can be a Burning Ranger in PSO. So you guys should be dead. I was getting messed up. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Very expensive. You thought what was back in 2010? Where are you at? Oh, you bought Burning Rangers in 2010. How much did you pay for it? Dude, you got a bargain. 90 bucks? That game goes for a lot more. At least nowadays. I don't know how much it generally went for in 2010. Yeah. And Sega did, like, networking with that game. There's, like, a beta that's going around. I think if you use the proper software, you can connect online and play multiplayer that way. I know there's a soccer game you can with the Saturn. But a lot of what that infrastructure and stuff they learned helped them for PSO. Woo! I didn't even debuff him. You know, supposedly there was a guy who did like a HD version of Burning Rangers, and I tried looking for it on the internet. I could not find it. Just the videos he did of it. Yeah, basically the last boss of Burning Rangers is essentially Dark Falls. Wait, what? Oh, there's a... okay. No, 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 no. Ah. He didn't leave me anything. What a jerk. Co-develop both Sonic 3D Blast. You know, Sonic R looks like a lot of fun. I really need to give that a try instead of Sonic the Fighters. I have the Gems collection on my GameCube, so I could try, I think Sonic R's on there? Yeah, check it out that way. Or maybe I'll do it on the Mister. I think we're getting close to flowing. Is that not hitting him? Oh, it is. Okay. Here he is. Everyone controls like a car? Okay. I think they have ODEs for Saturn now. Nice. Got him. Yeah, I think if I was going to get a Saturn, I'd probably get one that actually replaces the disk drive. Just in case there's any, like, it might still be fun to get the RAM carts. Depends on what the ODE would do. It's crazy that even on normal, Olga Flow can almost one-shot me. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the brain. Yeah. So Olga Flow is definitely tougher on the higher difficulties. Same thing with Falls. But on normal, he doesn't do some of the same like attack patterns, or he'll change like what element he's actually weak to, and you'll have to change that up. He's really challenging on the later difficulties. On normal, it basically, if you can survive his strongest hit, you're good. Unfortunately, you can't skip the ending part, but it is a nice song at least. I mean, thankfully you get like downloadable quests, right? And then Plus, I think, gives you 3 additional offline quests. Oh, okay. That makes sense. With this character, I haven't done any of the quests yet, so I should at some point. But I just like to go through the areas and try to unlock ultimate as quickly as possible. Aw, oh, come on. There was a trap there. Isn't it great? Wait, I always do it this way. Let's do this first. Have you ever done, Solaris, have you ever played online on PSO before? I don't know if you're still on stream, GM, but do you ever do C mode? Oh, so if you want to play version 2, there you can get the there's like guides on Silverant on how to set up the PC version to play that online if you don't want to play on your Dreamcast. And it's got some niceties, like if you use it with DG Voodoo, you can get the game to look a lot better. So that could be a good option for you if you want to relive that experience, but maybe with like a modern controller. That could be fun. Ooh, a tri-fluid. Nice. But yeah, there's a PC version of version 2, and you can play alongside Dreamcast players. That's pretty fun. You can play on Silverant, and I can play with you. Some people who play V3, they're like, I'll never go back to V2, but it's still fun. At least I think so. I've got some higher level characters on there. Does it have right analog count? No. No, that'll probably never be a feature of PSO. It's not designed like that. Oops. You haven't? Do you have any S-rank weapons or no? One of the nice things about challenge mode is it can help weed out, like, who's a good PSO player and who's not. Like, if, you know, someone doesn't really understand the fundamentals of the game very well, you know, it shows in challenge mode. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'd love to do some more C mode, get some more S rank weapons. Really enjoy that process, but it definitely takes a mental toll on me when I do it. I get tired. And I can only do it for a few hours, and I'm like, alright, I need a break or I'm just done for the day. Close to a level, yeah. Nice. Plus 6. 625. Yeah, like I know people in game who are like high level, they've got good gear, and then I run C mode with them, and I'm like, dude, do you know what you're doing? I'm almost like, how are you this level? Oops. Scared me there, partner. So what I will tell you is if you don't have a physical copy of version 2 and you wanted to get registered and play version 2 on Silverant, you could buy a Japanese copy and use its serial and access key. Because it doesn't discriminate on region. Even for like the GameCube one, before they allowed it to where you could generate your own serial and access key, I bought a Japanese version of PSO to use that for my registration. Since I knew it doesn't discriminate on that. Yeah, they are a lot cheaper. And I believe on the Japanese one, you could go into the settings and set it to English, I think. Don't quote me on that, but not everything would be translated. Okay, that's there. Let's do this thing. Do they still make GDEMUs for Dreamcast? Like, I bought a third-party one. Oh. Wait. I don't have to menu that. Come on, Braylon, just remember it. Nothing. Yeah, usually I'll play with someone who knows the layouts like the back of their hand. And I've thankfully had the opportunity to do C mode with all of the different classes that are available. So, well, not all of them, but I've done Hunter, Ranger, and Force. I don't know how you stack your items or if you do the auto, but I tend to keep my stuff up top and then my gear at the bottom. I always forget you can control the map with the C-stick. Always just use the D-pad. I can't stand the way the auto, like, stacks everything. I'm just, ugh. Why would you do it that way? It drives me nuts. Because when I go to the shop, I know that everything below the mag I can sell or I can put in my bank. And I know that everything here I want. That's why I stack it that way. Auto puts all your gear up top and then it's just a list of items, so if I'm quickly going through the shop, I might sell stuff I want to hold on to. I will say when I'm playing online, I hardly sell anything because you know, for online, it's you're either hunting something or whatever. But offline, I pick up everything, I sell everything, and that's why I've got a lot of moolah that I could spend on those slots. Give me a second, I'm gonna turn my lamp on. That's one nice thing about Silverant is if you hold on to rares, you could sell them there. So I've got stuff I hold on to that I know I'll later sell. And you get photon crystals for them. But to do it, you have to complete a super hard quest. I know you're worried about your save getting messed up. Do you have a way to back up your saves, GM? Well, I guess if you got a GC loader, you do actually, yeah. Never mind. It's been a while since I've ran that quest. I bet. It also works on the GameCube as well. There's GCMM for GameCube. That's how I back up my saves. Yes. Yeah, it's pretty nifty. And then I also have a Game Boy interface, and you know, I use that for when I stream Game Boy Advance games. And you know, I've got the GC player, or Game Boy, yeah. Was it the Game Boy player? Is that what it's called officially? I've got that thing. It's probably how I'm gonna play Robopon when I stream it. Although now I own a Super Game Boy, so that's fun. I haven't tested it out yet. I should. Super Game Boy. Woohoo! Game Boy player, yep. Yeah. Braille #1. Woohoo! Hey, thank you for joining, man. I hope you have a good one. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I bought that one specifically. Although, for playing Robopon, maybe I should have gotten the other one. Just so then that way things are a little bit faster. But again, I don't know if I'm going to play it that way. Hmm. I mean, I feel like there's definitely instances where it's probably better to play a game if it's running faster. Oh, oops. Now, funny thing is, when it comes to caves, if I ever forget to like light one of the beacons, it's always the caves one. That's fair. Were you guys all aware of like the 50 hertz slower gameplay back in the day, or is that like you discovered it as an adult? Okay. So as an adult, you found out like, oh, in America the games run fast or whatever. So from what I have heard about it, sometimes it does affect the music, but generally, you know, it just affects the gameplay and how fluid it all feels. Because I know that there are some PAL games where, even though they run at 50 hertz, the music is still the same as the American versions, and then for some games, it's not. Alright, I am lighting it. Don't forget, I am lighting it. Yeah, it depends on the game and consoles and how common it is. They could adjust the music to compensate on different releases, but most of... Oh, wow. Most of them? Shee. You know, there are people who like, they like to take songs and like slow them down, add reverb. Like, kind of wonder if that was just like because of playing PAL games growing up. Yes, but so the Game Gear is the same in every region, but if you want to play PAL games on the game, or sorry, if you want to play PAL Master System games on the Game Gear, sometimes you'll get an error message that you can't play it or the game will run funny. There's a certain demo that I wanted to run on my Game Gear and it can't because, you know, it's not a PAL system. But I don't think it affects Game Gear games, but it does affect Master System games played on the Game Gear. Let's see what's down here. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. I would not doubt that. doing the wrong one. Blah. I'm surprised no one's asked me to play online today. Interesting. I did region unlock my NES to play a US game recently, kind of. Yeah. Yeah, you know. It's definitely worth it. I have a FPGA Commodore 64, and often I just play the games in PAL mode, and that's pretty nice. What's your favorite PAL exclusive on Master System? Gosh, I haven't played a lot of PAL games on Master System. And I know Tectoy did put out some pretty good stuff on Master System. Speaking of the Master System and Final Fantasy 1, there is a guy who's working on porting it, and really looking forward to when he completes that. I think he's going to keep it very much the same as the NES version, just fixing up some bugs, I believe is what he had said. But yeah, it's pretty exciting stuff. Yeah, he's got videos of his progress on it on YouTube. I'm subscribed to his channel. He hasn't put out any new videos recently, so I don't know what's going on. But GM, I would probably say it's going to be the Sonic game that got put on Master System. I think it's like a Game Gear conversion, because that's the only one I've played. That's my cop-out answer for you. And then generally too, with the I'd be playing it through my Analog Mega SG. You know, I can just set the game to PAL mode to play it in 50 Hertz. Yeah, for sure. For sure, yeah. Going from, for Master System, yeah, Tectoy had certain stuff that came out for not only the Master System, but also the Genesis that we didn't get here in the West. We only found out about them later. And then, funny enough, some of those same PAL exclusive games, they released them as Game Gear games in the West. You know, in at the proper speed, or I guess, you know, at 60 Hertz, I should say, not proper speed. But yeah, some of our Game Gear games that we got out here were originally Master System PAL exclusives. You're probably right, GM. You're probably right. My knowledge of the Game Gear is better than that of what I remember or know for the Master System. I should probably learn more of it, just so I'm better informed. I don't know if you're a part of my Discord or not, Solaris, but you know, it's dedicated to all of the 8-bit machines from Sega. So Master System, Game Gear, SG-1000, SC-3000, the VMU, funny enough, is an 8-bit system. Yeah, I think Triple Trouble is the one that I've played on Master System, and it's kind of like cropped, I think. I could be wrong with that one, but... Yes. They really did more for the Genesis than the Master System, but they still, you know... The Master System still sells in Brazil to this day, so... take that, Nintendo. Genesis does. Oh yeah, I'll send you a link. Here, let me do it before I forget. No, we'll send an invite to Luke, see if he wants to join. And Meta. Come on. You know, I would say that the first Sonic plays decently on the Game Gear, but definitely like Sonic 2 and the rest, much better to play on Master System. But if you want to play Sonic 1 on the Master System, there's a fan patch that makes it to where the music will play in FM, but the sound effects will play through PSG, and that's really cool. But it's kind of hard to go from that one to then Sonic 2 on Master System and not have the FM music. It's like, oh, bummer. It's good stuff, though. It's good stuff. Huh? Lurk, lurk, lurk. Hey, welcome. What flash cart are you using? Oh yeah. Did it, 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 did it. I'm not good at beat 'em ups though. I wish I was, but yeah, no, I'm terrible at them. Okay, yeah, because on my EverDrive I can. But if you're using a bootleg one, you know, it's probably why. Probably just doesn't have the mappers. You know, I can't get into a lot of them, but I used to love playing oh, it's on Genesis. It's Streets of Rage 2. I used to play that with my ex-wife, and we enjoyed playing that together. Even though she really sucked at it. Yeah, I don't find them fun to play solo. Like, it's not a genre where I'm like, I want to play this game by myself. You know, it's a really fun game on the Genesis. I love playing Monster World 4. If you're into like action RPGs, really good game. You bitch. Have I ever heard of Agelos? No. What is it? Don't have to do that. I can do that. In middle school, I used to love stopping at this this laundromat, and my friend and I, we would play Metal Slug, and that's one of my favorite games to play co-op. Such a good time. How does it hold up on Saturn? How's your wrist feeling, Em? Give me a second here. My phone keeps going off with notifications. I'm popular today, yay! It's decent, definitely some frame rate drops, screen gets busy, but overall not a bad way to play. Do you have to play that game with the RAM cart? Like, or does it need additional RAM? Aw, come on. Let's see where I'm at. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. I feel like a lot of the Neo Geo games need additional RAM on the Saturn. You know, I kind of think when I cast Gifoy and I'm standing away from the enemies, it's kind of aura farming a bit. Oh, these traps. Jerk. Ah, come on. Oh. Yep, almost. Let's see, what did I miss? I missed a lot. Okay. I wish the game would give me some mind mats, because I just need 2 of them. And then his materials are all set, basically. Let's see, let's do that one first. Noted. Noted. Oh, come on. Yeah, I just need 2 of them. Of course. Alright, it's boss time basically. Woot woot. Gizmo, welcome in. About to fight the boss, Derelay. Oh, I should have done it. That's the Lord's stick. Alrighty, let's... Let's beat up this worm. Oop. Is he dead? Yeah! In the beginning, yeah, but late game, not necessarily. Because your damage doesn't scale very well. So on ult, I would not be doing a great amount of damage. Kind of the sad thing, like they start strong, but they don't end strong. Also in this game, they're called techniques. Technique. Technique. $18, $13, $631. Give me a $635. GM, did you have time to give me those 2 mind mats, or are you busy? Yeah, that'd be sweet. Then I'll hop into some mines here. Ah, girl, don't be sending me. And then you have to save, otherwise it won't switch it. Just remember that. Although if you're playing on a Wii, that's going to be a very different situation. Okay. I can chill in the lobby for a little bit. But yeah, this is online on a GameCube. The game is still alive. Let's see how many rooms are open actually. Yeah, plenty of rooms open too. This gives me a chance to close my blinds. 1 second. I know, right? Is this your character, Danny? Groovy. Yeah, and if we were going to run a quest, you know, we could go to the quest counter, do all that jazz. Although I think we need to for this one, yeah. Oh, nice. Dang, that's sweet. 40 hit. Thanks, GM. Time to go back to the grind. To the grind! You know, I'm a bit confused. It kind of smells like cinnamon rolls in my apartment right now, but I ate spaghetti earlier, so I don't know if I'm just getting like faint hints of that or what. I don't know. I wish I did. Please, somebody tell me. You know, I'm not the biggest fan of cinnamon rolls either. So I'm just like, what? Why do I smell that? But it does have me craving sweets, which I'm trying to not eat so many of that kind of stuff. Oh, what are you guys, weak to ice? Yeah. I think on ultimate difficulty, some of them are weak to fire, so you know. Yeah, maybe it stops their wings. Who knows? What I do know is I cannot one-shot them. Ooh, a mag. Oh, that's still there. And it's over there. Okay. Okay. Hey, you guys. Game-wise, pretty good. Personal life-wise, yeah, they could be better. I missed. Yeah. I'm not a big fan of the Goonies movie, but I seem to remember that. Oh my god. I know it's already 9 o'clock, so I guess that makes sense, but I slept a lot today, so I don't know what gives. Ugh. Hark! It knocked me on my ass. I was standing up, and the next thing I know, I was on my ass. Why'd you like putting me on my ass for? But yeah, in my server, Solaris, I try to keep up to date on like what the latest Game Gear and Master System releases are. Every once in a while we'll do a game of the month where we all try to play the same game. Typically it's going to be on Master System or on Game Gear. And a lot of time we just chat about random retro gaming related stuff, but you know, I tend to focus on the 8-bit stuff. I've, you know, got like separate channels for them. You can go through them, learn about a lot of that stuff. I think I've purchased pretty much every for Homebrew, for Master System and Game Gear. Like, let's be honest, it's never going to be the same as the NES and the Game Boy and Game Boy Color. But you know, Luke is working on Game Gear Studio, so I do hope that that will open up the avenue for Game Gear games. But in terms of the Master System stuff, Two Minds tends to be, they release a lot of the newest stuff that comes out. So they're good to look into or keep up to date with. But, you know, it's not where I would like it to be. But, you know, I'm also not programming this stuff either, so it's not like I can just demand that stuff get made. Let's see, I learned a bit of assembly coding from Mega Drive a few weeks ago. I made something extremely basic. Don't think I'm gonna be. I start school in the fall for college classes, but you know, it'll be a lot of learning different programming languages. But I want to continue teaching myself C, and then eventually develop a game for Game Gear. And I'd like whatever game I make, whether it be the first one or eventually for the system, I'd like to make some sort of monster collector type of game for it, because it never had any of those. You know, it never had a Pokemon, never had a Robopon, or a Telefang. You know, it got nothing. There's thankfully there's plenty of stuff for the Game Gear because it's pretty much the same as the Master System. Yeah, the hardware's almost identical, with the exception of the Master System the Game Gear can do stereo, the Master System cannot, and then it's you know, exclusive color palette. Oh, dude, I was addicted to Pokemon growing up. I was a Pokemonaholic. Well, you know, the Game Boy's library's got like thousands of games, and the Game Gear's library is like 365, I think, somewhere around there. Like, there's like a Game Gear game for every day, just about, if you're not taking into account any of the homebrew that's come out for it. Yeah, pretty much. The Game Gear has access to a wider color palette than even the Genesis does. Genesis is, I believe, 256, and the Game Gear is 4096. It's kind of funny because the Game Gear's kind of like palette limitations and stuff like that is very similar to the Amiga. Because the Amiga could do like 16 colors on screen. You know, when you eventually moved up to AGA, you could do 32 colors on screen. Well, no, technically the Game Gear could support more sprites on screen than the Game Boy could. And then... but it couldn't display them. I think it's like 8 per horizontal line. If you had more than that, then they would start to flash. Like the Game Gear is a very powerful 8-bit system for the time that it was released. And even when the Game Boy Color came out, there were still things that the Game Boy Color could not do that the Game Gear could do. So, yeah, it's a very powerful little handheld. It really deserved better. You know, Sega was in a weird spot. And the thing is, Sega considered the Game Gear a success. It was not seen as a failure by the company. But it was not as successful as the Game Boy. Oh, didn't mean to. Yeah, you know, if there was better backlight technology at the time, it would have had much better battery life. Because we can see that once you replace the cathode ray bulb or whatever that's in it with an LED backlit display. But, you know. Gotta remember, it came out in... Well, I think the Game Boy came out in '89. The Game Gear was released in 1990, I think. So, yeah, ancient. And that's that Sega was thinking about buying the design for the Atari Lynx. They were in conversation to buy that handheld and have that be their system. I'm glad they didn't, because by going the design they did, it allowed them to have a much wider library for all of the games that could just be ported directly from the Master System. But yeah. Yeah. I mean, what else were they going to do? They would have had to design something completely custom if they weren't doing that, because that's how stuff... Like, if you look at portable TVs from the time, that's what they did. A lot of them. Or they did the... you know, they had a mini CRT inside them. But some of the others, they did the color LED with the, you know, big backlight in there like the Game Gear does. Come on. Stop. No, the Lynx is a very different design to the Game Gear. It's a 16-bit handheld. It also has the lowest resolution of all of the handhelds that came out during that time. It's got a really wonky aspect ratio. A lot of the games that run on it run at really low frame rates. I think the Lynx sucks, honestly. But it was able to push some really beautiful visuals for its time. Oh, for backlight? Yeah. Yeah. Damn, GM tricked me with that question. Got me hating on Atari over here. A system I wish we got in the West. I wish we got the Wonder Swan. Oh, come on. Baba Booey, bitch. No, yeah. I'm glad that at that point, Sega of Japan did not listen to Tom Kalinske for, you know, getting the hardware of the Atari Lynx as theirs. It's terrible, terrible design. Oh, come on. Where are you at? Damn it. What? I thought I... And my inventory's full. Lovely! I was helping a guy write the story for a WonderSwan game, and I guess our styles didn't gel well, so he's not going to use any of the stuff I wrote. But yeah, it was a fun experience, at least, though, to try to come up with something. Used to own a WonderSwan, ended up selling it. Kind of regret that. Like, there's not a lot that I can play on it. There's not a good there's not a good way to, like, flash carts for it, or kind of a cruddy situation. So it wasn't the most ideal for that, but you know, it's a really nice handheld, especially for the fact that it only needs one AA battery and it can last as long as it does. And it's very comparable to the Game Boy Advance, even though, you know, it's a 16-bit system. If anything, I think the Swan Crystal could have been better than what it was, but I think it realized that they were losing the race at that point in time. So probably didn't want to spend a bunch of R&D on improving it more. Oh, come on. That's baloney. It can be hard to emulate WonderSwan games because a lot of them run at 75 Hertz. So I've got like one of those retro handhelds and it can't play the WonderSwan games correctly because it can't run at 75 Hertz. I was like, ah. I think there's even a core for the Analog Pocket, and I'm curious, that's probably going to have the same issue too. Oh yay, those tank things are going to be in here. Lovely. I need Rabarda. I hate Gabarda. Get off me. There is a fan translation, I think, for some of those Final Fantasy games on WonderSwan, but they're essentially the same things as what's on Game Boy Advance. You know, just at a lower resolution. Or, no. Is it lower? It's a different aspect ratio, that's for sure. I think the WonderSwan is like 400 by 200, but I could be wrong. Because I want to say its aspect ratio is 2:1. Heck yeah. Plus 6. 648. Yeah, and the nice thing about the Game Boy Advance ports is that they've got additional content over the WonderSwan games, because the WonderSwan stuff does not include any of the Dawn of Souls content. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, they did come first. I want to say before the PlayStation Portable, the WonderSwan in Japan was definitely like a big deal that Nintendo had to deal with. You know, much more than the Game Gear's competition in the West. Kind of a bummer though, you know, that like we got the WonderSwan Color, the WonderSwan Crystal, and then that was it. We never got any more systems from them. The alarm? You know, I would not know, because generally when I play Sonic Advance 2, it's because I want to do, like, Chow stuff. But, yeah, you're probably right. Probably go until we beat the boss of this level, and then we'll take a break. Oh, come on. No. Not really. You know, unless you have a hard time finding the file that you need to replace, but no. Oh, and you gotta make sure that your GameCube file is set to where it can be read and written to. Because I believe they come in like read-only, so you'll have to disable that to be able to make the patch stick. Yeah, of course. Thanks for joining the stream. I remember not paying attention and dying to traps. I was embarrassed by it. Let's see, so that one goes that way. It's probably not going to lead to much. Let's see. Yep. Of course. It's 150 damage. Oof. No doubt about that. Very obnoxious. Whoops. I think this is my longest live stream I've ever done. Yeah, I've been streaming for 4.5 hours now, so I think most of my other streams are like 2, sometimes 3 hours. I should learn how to video edit. This way. Using OBS. Oh, you're talking about for video editing? I have no idea. I have no idea. Oh, it's in here. Yeah, I don't know if I want to mess with that. Like, if I do the video editing on my Mac, then I would probably want to learn whatever this one uses. I heard people used to like Sony Vegas. There's also open source options, so that could also be a thing as well. How did I miss that? Yeah, Apple's got their own video editing software. I've heard good stuff about it. I mean, obviously, if I learn one, it'll help me learn the others, I would imagine. Wait, what? Huh. Okay, so I can grab that stuff on the other side. Ah, dang it. Didn't mean to use that. Open shop? Is that open source at all or no? Oh, nice. Oops. I wanted to do that. Boss time. Why is it so annoying? Because his butt is big? I'll admit, you know, I'm not the biggest fan of the look for the FOnewm, but... Oh, my controller died. Well, that was fun. Yeah, yeah. It's got cake. Sandwich. Yay! Let's see, I think I unlocked ruins. Yes. Have a good night, Jim. I'll see ya. Lurk. Welcome, Emily. Welcome. Self-dox? Oh no. So far, yeah. Stream's about to end, though. Let's see. Let me make sure I can access ruins. Yep. Nice. Well, I'll call that for the stream. It was almost a 5-hour stream. My gosh! But thank you to everyone who dropped by. I'll definitely stream more. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see. Anyways, thank you for joining. I hope you all have a great rest of your night. For those watching the VOD, I also appreciate you as well. Thank you. I'll see you.